Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Dawn broke over Green Hill Farm with a peculiar shimmer, as if the very air knew something extraordinary was about to unfold. Rose Took Friday stood in her grandmother's dusty attic, surrounded by generations of Hobbit memories, but her attention was fixed solely on the leather-bound book in her hands. The volume had appeared mysteriously among her grandmother's belongings after her passing, its cover adorned with silver runes that seemed to shift and dance in the early morning light. The book's pages crackled with age as Rose carefully opened it, releasing a scent of ancient parchment and something wild and magical that reminded her of stories about the deep forests of Mirkwood. The runes, she discovered, were not the common elvish script found in Mr. Bilbo's old maps, but something far older, their shapes more angular and sharp, as if they had been carved by wind and stone rather than written by hand. As she traced her finger along a particularly intricate symbol, the rune began to glow with a soft amber light. The air around her grew thick with anticipation, and before she could pull her hand away, the words began to translate themselves in her mind, ancient elvish spells transforming into the common tongue. But with understanding came consequence deep beneath Green Hill Farm, in caverns forgotten by all but the oldest of tales. Something stirred from its ancient slumber. That evening, as shadows lengthened across the Shire, Rose received an unexpected visitor. Radagast the Brown arrived in a flurry of autumn leaves and agitated birds, his wooden staff leaving trails of moss where it touched the ground. "The seals are breaking," he announced without preamble, his eyes wild beneath his tangled beard. "The wards that have kept the deep ones sleeping are unraveling, and it began here, with that book you hold." The wizard explained that in the First Age, before the hobbits made the Shire their home, the Green Hills had been a battleground. The elves of the West had fought a terrible war against creatures that dwelled in the deep places of the world, beings of shadow and stone that sought to claim the surface lands for their own. Unable to destroy them, the elves had instead bound them with spells of sleeping, using the very book that Rose had found as both prison and key. Before the night was over, the first signs of trouble emerged. The ground trembled beneath Green Hill Farm, and from the old well in the south field came sounds that no natural cave-in could explain. When Rose and Radagast investigated, they found the well's stones carved with the same runes as the book, their magic fading like dying embers. Help arrived with the morning in the form of 3 elven warriors from the Grey Havens. Led by the stern-faced Calendar, they brought with them ancient knowledge of the binding spells, but also grave news. "The deep ones are not contained to these hills alone," Calendar revealed, his immortal eyes heavy with concern. "Their chambers honeycomb the earth beneath half the Shire. If they wake here, they will wake everywhere." As the company delved into the caves beneath Green Hill Farm, Rose discovered that her connection to the spellbook was both blessing and curse. She could sense the ancient magic, could even guide them through the twisting tunnels toward the source of the disturbance. But with each step deeper into the earth, the voices of the deep ones grew stronger in her mind. They whispered of power, of secrets hidden in the dark, of a world where the sun never touched the land. The caverns they traversed were not natural formations. Great halls opened before them, their walls carved with scenes of battles long forgotten. Crystal formations cast rainbow light across floors inlaid with precious stones, telling of a time when these spaces had been meant for more than imprisonment. The deep ones were not always as they are now, Radagast explained softly. They were craftsmen once, shepherds of stone and crystal. Before darkness took them, in the deepest chamber, they found the source of the awakening. A figure Rose had known all her life stood before an ancient altar. Lobelia Bracegirdle, her grandmother's closest friend, and as they now discovered, keeper of dark secrets. For generations, certain Hobbit families had served as unwitting guardians, their very presence helping to maintain the ancient wards. Lobelia had discovered the truth and sought to use it, believing she could control the Deep Ones and use their power to protect the Shire from the outside world. The confrontation that followed shook the foundations of Green Hill Farm. As Lobelia began the ritual to fully wake the Deep Ones, Rose found herself caught between two choices. Use the spellbook's power as it was meant to be used, strengthening the ancient bonds but maintaining an imprisonment that had lasted ages, or seek another way. One that neither the elves nor her grandmother's generation had considered. In that moment of decision, Rose remembered something her grandmother had often said. The greatest magic lies not in binding or breaking, but in transforming. With trembling hands, she opened the spellbook, not to the binding runes, but to a different section, one that spoke of healing and restoration. The magic that flowed through the chambers was not of sleep or imprisonment, but of cleansing. The Deep Ones stirred, ancient crystals resonating with a song that hadn't been heard since the First Age. Where there had been corruption, Rose's magic offered choice, and in choosing, many of the Deep Ones found their way back to what they had once been. Not all were transformed, some fled deeper into the earth, their shadows untouched by the light of redemption. But those who remained helped to seal the passages to the deep places, using their ancient craft not to conquer, but to protect. The halls beneath Green Hill Farm became a place of meeting between the surface and what lay below, a reminder that even in the darkest places, change was possible. Years later, visitors to Green Hill Farm would sometimes hear strange but beautiful music drifting up from the old well, or see lights dancing in the depths like stars reflected in still water. Rose could often be found in her garden, the spellbook open beside her as she worked, studying not just the magic of binding and power, but the subtler spells of growth and transformation. And if sometimes her vegetables grew in unusual shapes, or glowed faintly in the dark, well, that was just another of the many peculiar things that made the Shire home. Storie 2, in the gentle rolling hills of Bree South, where the morning mist clung to the meadows like gossamer veils, young Pip Baggins lived a life as ordinary as any hobbit could wish for. His days were filled with tending to his prized turnip garden, sharing afternoon tea with neighbors, and occasionally wondering if the world beyond the Shire's borders was as frightening as the old tales suggested. But on one fateful autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze, Pip's garden trowel struck something that would shatter his comfortable existence forever. The ring lay half buried between two plump turnips, its silver surface untarnished despite the dark soil surrounding it. Elvish inscriptions curved along its circumference, glowing with a faint blue light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Pip, his fingers trembling, lifted it from the earth, and in that moment, the wind changed. A chill swept across the garden, causing the turnip leaves to shiver, and somewhere in the distance, a raven's cry echoed across the hills. That evening, as Pip sat in his cozy hobbit hole examining the ring by candlelight, a sharp knock rattled his round green door. Outside stood Gandalf the Grey, his tall frame stooped beneath the low ceiling, his eyes sharp with concern. "Show me," he commanded without preamble, and when Pip presented the ring, the wizard's face grew grave. "This is no ordinary trinket, young Baggins. This is the Ring of Twilight, forged in the First Age by the elven smith Celebrimbor himself. Its discovery speaks of the prophecy's awakening, the prophecy, as Gandalf explained while pacing Pip's small living room, told of the black dragon of Erdluin, a creature of shadow and flame that had been sealed away by ancient magic. The ring was one of 3 keys to its prison, and its emergence meant the dragon's bonds were weakening. The sword of TK, Gandalf mused, must be found before the dragon breaks free, or all the western lands will burn before dawn the next morning. Pip found himself hurrying through the misty fields, a pack of provisions on his back and his mother's old walking stick in hand. Gandalf had gone ahead to seek counsel with the elven lords, leaving Pip with cryptic instructions to meet him at the Prancing Pony in Bree. The young hobbit had never ventured so far from home, and each step beyond his garden gate felt like stepping into one of old Bilbo's wild tales. At the Prancing Pony, instead of finding Gandalf, Pip encountered a group of grim-faced dwarves led by Prince Thorin III, heir to the fallen kingdom of Arabor. The prince's once noble bearing was weathered by years of exile, his dark eyes haunted by memories of dragon fire. "So this is the halfling who found the ring," Thorin said, his voice thick with skepticism. "Tell me, gardener, what do you know of dragons and ancient wars?" But before Pip could answer, chaos erupted in the tavern. Dark shapes crashed through the windows, their forms seeming to shift between shadow and substance. The Nazgul had caught their scent. In the frantic escape through Bree's winding streets, Pip discovered that Thorin and his company were more than mere refugees. They were on a quest of their own, seeking to reclaim an ancient dwarven stronghold in the Blue Mountains that might hold the key to defeating the dragon. As their journey progressed through the wild, Pip learned that Thorin carried a burden heavier than his crown knowledge passed down through generations of dwarven kings. The Black Dragon was no mere beast, but a creation of Morgoth himself, a failed attempt to replicate the dragons of the First Age. Its imprisonment had cost the lives of hundreds of dwarven and elven warriors, and its freedom would mean more than just destruction. It would herald the return of an ancient darkness. The company's path led them through the treacherous Barrow Downs, where ancient spirits whispered secrets in the mist, and across the Weather Hills, where they found unexpected allies in a group of rangers led by a mysterious woman named Strider. In the ruins of a forgotten elven outpost, they discovered ancient scrolls that revealed the location of Tiki's sword, hidden in a chamber beneath the very mountain where the dragon slept. But reaching the sword proved to be only half the challenge. As they delved deeper into the mountain's heart, they encountered corrupted creatures that had once been noble beings, transformed by proximity to the dragon's dark influence. Each step closer to their goal revealed more of the tragedy that had unfolded centuries ago, and the true nature of Thorin's secret began to emerge. The prince's ancestors had not merely helped imprison the dragon, they had been its creators, dwarven smiths who had delved too deeply into forbidden arts in their quest to protect their people. The shame of this knowledge had been passed down through generations of dwarven kings, along with the responsibility to ensure the dragon never awakened. In the final chamber, as Pip stood before the altar where Tiki's sword lay gleaming, the truth of the prophecy became clear. The sword could not kill the dragon, it could only transfer its essence into a willing vessel, trapping the darkness within a living prison. Thorin had known this all along, had led this quest, knowing he would have to sacrifice himself to preserve the peace his ancestors had shattered. But as the dragon's roars shook the mountain and shadows began to seep through the ancient seals, it was not Thorin who stepped forward. Pip, the simple hobbit who had started this journey, wanting nothing more than to tend his turnips, understood what needed to be done. The ring he had found had chosen him for a reason. Before anyone could stop him, he grasped the sword, its ancient metal burning cold in his hands, and spoke the words inscribed on its blade. The chamber erupted in light and shadow, and when the chaos cleared, the dragon was gone. Pip stood changed, his eyes now holding a hint of ancient wisdom. The ring and sword merged into a single band around his finger. He had become the new guardian, bound to contain the dragon's power, but not consumed by it, his hobbit nature proving resistant to its corruption in a way the prouder races never could be. Years later, Visitors to Bree South would sometimes speak of a peculiar hobbit who tended the finest turnip garden in all the Shire. If they looked closely, they might notice how the vegetables grew in perfectly circular patterns, as if planted around an invisible center. And on certain nights, when the moon was full and the wind blew from the Blue Mountains, some claimed they could see a faint blue light glowing from within his hobbit hole, and hear what sounded like ancient songs being hummed in a voice both young and impossibly old. Story 3, The Ancient Bells of Brandybuck Hall told an unexpected midnight warning, their sound carrying across the sleeping Shire like whispers of approaching danger. Meriadoc Brandybuck II, keeper of the old archive and guardian of the Shire's most precious relics, stood at his window watching as a lone figure made its way up the winding path to his door. The stranger's hood was pulled low, but there was no mistaking the stocky build and determined gait of a dwarf. The visitor was Thorin Stonehelm, master smith of the Iron Hills, and he brought grave tidings. "The hammer of Duran has been stolen," he announced, his voice rough with urgency. "The seals of Ereber's deepest vault lie broken, and with them, the ancient wards that keep the darkness at bay." The dwarf's eyes reflected firelight as he added, "The theft was no accident. It was the first move in a game centuries in the making." Meriadoc felt the weight of history settle upon his shoulders. As keeper of the old archive, he knew the legends surrounding Duran's hammer, how it had been used to forge the great rings of power, how its strikes had sealed away ancient evils in the depths of the lonely mountain, and how its loss could mean the awakening of horrors best left forgotten. Dawn found an unlikely company departing from Brandybuck Hall. Meriadoc, armed with knowledge from the old archive. Thorin, bearing maps of forgotten passages beneath the mountain. And 3 silent elven guardians from Rivendell, their ancient eyes holding memories of the darkness they had once helped imprison. The eldest of the elves, Celebrindle, carried a crystal phial that glowed with the light of stars, a gift from Galadriel herself, meant to illuminate paths where no mortal light could penetrate. Their journey took them through the wild lands east of the Shire, where ancient stones stood like silent sentinels marking paths long forgotten. At the Weathertop ruins, they discovered the first clue, runes carved recently into the old stone, speaking of a shadow rising in the gray mountains. "These are no common thieves we track," Celebrindle observed, her fingers tracing the markings. "They know the old ways, the forbidden paths between darkness and light. In the depths of Mirkwood, they found unexpected allies. A group of woodland elves, led by the fierce-eyed Toriel, had been tracking a band of shadow priests mortals who worshipped the remnants of ancient evil. They passed through 3 days ago," Toriel reported, bearing a weapon of power wrapped in cloth that burns with cold fire. "They speak of awakening something in the mountain's heart. The true nature of the theft became clear when they reached the Iron Hills." In the archives of the dwarven stronghold, Thorin unveiled ancient scrolls that spoke of a failed experiment from the First Age, an attempt to forge a weapon that could rival the power of Morgoth himself. The attempt had created something else instead, a creature of living shadow and molten stone that had nearly destroyed the kingdom before it was finally sealed away, bound by chains forged with Duran's hammer. The company's path led them through forgotten mines and ancient halls, where the very rock seemed to whisper with memories of glory and tragedy. In one vast chamber, they found evidence of a recent battle. The shadow priests had been betrayed by their own allies, dark elves who sought the hammer's power for themselves. Among the fallen, they discovered a map revealing the true destination, not Arabor, but a hidden temple deep within the Grey Mountains. As they ventured deeper into the mountain's heart, Meriadoc found his hobbit's intuition growing stronger. The old archive had prepared him for this moment. The scrolls he had studied spoke of how Duran's folk had learned to read the very stone itself, to feel the echoes of power that ran through the earth like veins of precious metal. Following these invisible paths, he led the company through twisting tunnels until they reached a vast underground cathedral. There they found the dark elves preparing for a ritual that would use the hammer's power not to break the ancient bonds, but to corrupt them, turning the imprisoned creature into a weapon they could control. The battle that followed shook the mountain to its foundations. Celebrindel's starlight clashed with shadow magic, while Thorin's axe sang against dark forged blades. Meriadoc, drawing upon knowledge from the old archive, began a counter-ritual, his clear hobbit voice ringing with words of power that had not been spoken since the elder days. But it was what they discovered in the midst of battle that changed everything. The creature they sought to keep imprisoned was not simply a weapon, it was a guardian, corrupted and bound by ancient misunderstanding. The hammer had not been used to imprison it, but to enslave it, turning a protector into a potential instrument of destruction. In the final moments, as shadow and light clashed around them, Meriadoc made a choice that would be debated in both elven halls and dwarven kingdoms for generations to come. Instead of using the hammer to strengthen the old bonds, he struck them away, freeing the ancient guardian to choose its own path. The creature rose like a mountain taking form, its body of shadow and stone now shot through with veins of starlight. The dark elves fled, their plans of conquest shattered. In the aftermath, the guardian spoke to them in a voice like shifting stone, telling of its original purpose to protect the mountains and their peoples from far greater dangers that slept in the deep places of the world. Duran's hammer was returned to Arabor, but now it hung freely in the Great Hall, a symbol not of imprisonment, but of truth revealed and redemption earned. Years later, travelers in the Grey Mountains would sometimes speak of seeing a great shadow pass overhead on stormy nights, or of hearing a sound like falling stones that somehow formed words of comfort rather than warning. And in Brandybuck Hall, Meriadoc added new scrolls to the old archive, telling not just of what was locked away in darkness, but of what could be found when old fears were faced with wisdom and compassion. Story 4. The Brandywine River flowed like liquid silver under the harvest moon, its waters whispering secrets as ancient as Middle Earth itself. Lily Greenhand stood at its banks, her bare hobbit feet half buried in the cool sand, watching as something unusual caught the moonlight beneath the surface. The crystal emerged from the water as if drawn to her presence, its facets gleaming with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. As her fingers closed around the crystal, a voice echoed in her mind, clear as mountain streams, yet ancient as the roots of the world. At last, it spoke, carrying the weight of centuries in its tone. The time of awakening approaches, and the waters must be guarded. The voice belonged to Eldarion, an elven sage from the First Age, his consciousness preserved within the crystal through arts long forgotten. The sage's warning was dire. Every 1,000 years, when the stars aligned in a particular pattern, the Brandywine River became more than just a boundary between the Shire and the outside world. It transformed into a gateway, a liquid portal to a realm of shadow where ancient beings awaited their chance to enter Middle Earth. The last alignment would occur in 7 days, during the autumn equinox. That very night, dark riders were seen along the river's banks, not the 9 Nazgul of old, but something different, something new. These were the risen, former Nazgul who had found their way back from the void, transformed by their time in darkness. Their black robes now shimmered with a ghostly luminescence, and their presence caused the very air to crystallize with frost. Help arrived in an unexpected form. A group of trolls emerged from the old forest, led by a remarkable figure named Grok the Wise. Unlike his savage kin, Grok had been transformed by an ancient enchantment, blessed with intelligence and wisdom that belied his fearsome appearance. "We remember the last opening," he rumbled, his voice like distant thunder. "Our ancestors helped seal the gateway. Though the histories of elves and men forget this truth, the crystal revealed that to prevent the gateway from opening, it needed to be taken to the undying lands, where its power could be bound to the eternal light of Valinor. But with the risen hunting them, and only 7 days until the alignment, the journey seemed impossible. That's when Lily discovered the crystal's other power. It could create temporary passages through the ancient paths that elves once used to travel swiftly across Middle-earth. Their company grew as they journeyed. A young eagle named Windwing, barely more than a fledgling, offered to scout their path from above. An ancient ent, Rootsinger, emerged from Fangorn Forest to lend his strength and knowledge of hidden ways. Each member of their unlikely fellowship brought unique strengths to counter the growing shadow. But the Risen were not their only pursuers. The crystal's power had awakened other forces, creatures of living shadow that crept from the barrows, and ancient spirits that had long slumbered in forgotten pools and wells. Each encounter revealed more about the true nature of the threat they faced. The gateway wouldn't just allow dark forces to enter Middle-earth. It would merge the shadow realm with their world, transforming the Brandywine and all lands it touched into a domain of eternal twilight. As they traversed the weather-worn paths of Eriador, Lily learned more about Aldarian's story. He hadn't merely been trying to prevent disaster, he had been seeking redemption. In the First Age, it was his own experiment with forbidden magic that had created the gateway, an attempt to reach the lost lands of Beleriand that had sunk beneath the waves. The crystal was both his prison and his chance to right an ancient wrong. Their journey led them through the ruins of Inmenis, where the waters of Lake Evendim held their own ancient power. Here, in the fallen capital of Arnor, they discovered ancient scrolls that spoke of another way, not just to close the gateway, but to heal it. The crystal's power, combined with the pure waters of the lake and the light of the equinox, could transform the Brandywine's magical nature rather than simply binding it. The final battle took place where sea met river, in the ancient harbor where the Brandywine emptied into the ocean. The Risen had caught up with them, their shadowy forms made more substantial by the approaching alignment. As Lily began the ritual Aldarian had taught her, combining the crystal's light with water from Lake Evendim, the very air seemed to tear apart, revealing glimpses of the shadow realm beyond. In that moment of crisis, each member of their unlikely fellowship played a crucial role. Grok and his trolls formed a living wall against the Risen, their reformed nature proving resistant to shadow magic. Windwing called down lightning from storm clouds, while Rootsinger's ancient song helped stabilize the trembling earth. But it was Lily, with her hobbit's deep connection to the lands of Middle-earth, who completed the transformation. Instead of sealing the gateway or allowing it to tear open, she used the crystal's power to create something new, a bridge between light and shadow, but one that could only be crossed by those with pure intentions. The Brandywine became a river of starlight, its waters blessed with the power to cleanse darkness rather than channel it. The Risen, confronted with this light, found their own chance at redemption, their forms transforming from shadow to silver as they chose to become guardians of the river rather than its enemies. Aldarian's consciousness finally found peace, the crystal transforming into a simple river stone that still held a faint glow. This stone was set into the base of a new bridge across the Brandywine, where it served as a reminder of how darkness could be transformed rather than simply banished. In later years, hobbits would tell tales of how the Brandywine seemed to sing on certain nights, its waters glowing with a gentle light that brought peace to troubled hearts. And if sometimes travelers reported seeing silver-robed figures walking on the water's surface, or hearing ancient elvish songs in the river's flow, well, that was just another piece of magic in a world where even the smallest persons could change the course of destiny. Story 5. Mist curled around the ancient stones of Hobbiton, like ghostly fingers as Sam Smallborough tended to his herb garden in the growing twilight. Known throughout the Shire for his healing touch, Sam could coax life from the most reluctant seeds and brew remedies for ailments that puzzled even the wisest of healers. But nothing in his years of study had prepared him for the sight that approached his garden gate, a company of elves, their immortal faces marked with worry, supporting their leader who seemed to be slowly turning to stone. The elven princess Arwen Evenstar, her usual radiance dimmed by exhaustion, spoke of a plague unlike any seen since the elder days. It had begun in the forests of mirkwood trees turning to stone, their leaves becoming delicate crystal sculptures that shattered at the slightest touch. Soon, magical creatures began to show similar symptoms. Unicorns were found transformed into perfect marble statues, their eyes seemingly still alive and aware. Even the great eagles reported their youngest fledglings showing signs of crystallization in their wings. As Sam examined the afflicted elf in his garden, he noticed something peculiar about the spreading stone. Tiny runes appeared in the crystalline patches, ancient writing that seemed to pulse with a sickly green light. His grandmother's teaching echoed in his memory. Every curse carries the seed of its own cure, if you know where to look. The runes, he realized, were not just a symptom but a message, one that pointed to an ancient connection between life and stone. Their quest for a cure would require an ingredient found only in the heart of Dal Guldur, the midnight bloom, a flower that grew in complete darkness and bloomed only under a black moon. But they wouldn't have to face this challenge alone. Word of their mission spread, drawing unlikely allies to their cause. A reformed troll named Grundle, whose rocky skin had proven resistant to the plague, offered his strength and surprising knowledge of underground passages. Ferrith, a young wizard expelled from his order for questioning ancient traditions, brought both his rebellious spirit and his unique understanding of how magic flowed through Middle-earth. The journey to Dal Guldur was treacherous, but it revealed crucial clues about the plague's origin. In the ruins of an ancient library, they discovered scrolls speaking of a time when the boundary between flesh and stone was more fluid, when the very mountains were alive in a way now forgotten. The plague wasn't a natural disaster, but the echo of that ancient time attempting to reassert itself, triggered by recent disturbances in the deep places of the world. Their company's diversity proved to be their greatest strength. When they encountered a group of dwarven miners trapped by the plague, Grundle's understanding of stone helped them chip away the crystallization without harming those beneath. Ferrith's unconventional magic allowed them to communicate with those partially transformed, learning that the victims remained conscious within their stone prisons, their thoughts moving as slow as glaciers, but never ceasing. As they delved deeper into Dal Guldur's shadowy halls, Sam's knowledge of plants became increasingly vital. The fortress was not merely dark, it was alive with twisted vegetation that had adapted to the absence of light. He could read the signs in the pale fungi and phosphorescent moss, tracking the path to where the midnight bloom might grow. But each step deeper brought them closer to the heart of the plague's mystery. In a vast underground chamber, they found an ancient heart of stone, a crystalline formation that pulsed with the same sickly light as the plague's runes. Here, the boundaries between life and mineral had never fully separated. The midnight bloom grew around this heart, its petals absorbing the excess power that was now flooding out into the world above. But they weren't alone in their discovery. A figure emerged from the shadows. Radagast the Brown, though changed by his time in the dark places. He had found the heart years ago, and in his well-meaning but misguided way, had attempted to heal it, to force it to choose between stone and life rather than maintain its ancient balance. His actions had triggered the plague, and his guilt had driven him into hiding rather than face the consequences. The solution, Sam realized, wasn't to destroy the heart or even to contain its power, but to restore the balance it once maintained. Using his healer's intuition, he began to work with the heart rather than against it. The midnight bloom wasn't meant to be harvested, but to be understood. Its existence proved that life and stone could coexist in harmony. Working together, their unlikely company forged a new kind of magic. Sam's healing knowledge combined with Grundle's connection to stone, Ferrith's innovative spellcraft, and the elves' ancient wisdom. Even Radagast, finding redemption and helping to heal what he had harmed, contributed his deep understanding of how magic flowed through all living things. The ritual they performed was unlike anything written in the ancient scrolls. It didn't seek to separate stone from flesh, but to remind each of their proper place in the great song of creation. The heart's light changed from sickly green to a deep, healthy blue, and its power flowed out through the roots and stones of Middle-earth, not to transform, but to restore. As the curse lifted, those affected didn't simply return to their former selves, they were changed, marked by their time between states. The elves found they could better understand the ancient language of stone, while the great eagle's feathers now held a subtle crystalline sheen that caught the sunlight like diamonds. Even the trees of Mirkwood retained small patches of crystal among their leaves, beautiful reminders of their brush with transformation. Back in the Shire, Sam's garden took on new properties. Flowers grew with petals that chimed like tiny bells in the wind, and his healing herbs developed subtle patterns like those found in fine marble. But more importantly, his understanding of healing had expanded. Sometimes he would tell his apprentices, the greatest healing comes not from fighting against change, but from finding the harmony within it. Years later, travelers would speak of a peculiar hobbit healer whose garden bloomed with flowers both living and crystalline, and whose remedies could cure ailments of both body and spirit. And if sometimes his patients left with a faint, gem-like glimmer in their eyes, well, that was just another sign that in Middle-earth, the boundaries between the mundane and the magical were never quite as fixed as they seemed. Story 6. The withered leaves crunched beneath Rosie Gamgee's feet as she walked through what had once been the thriving heart of Hobbiton. Where lush gardens had bloomed just months ago, only gray dust remained. The mysterious plague had transformed the Shire from a verdant paradise into a lifeless wasteland, forcing most hobbits to flee south toward the realms of men. But Rosie had stayed, tending to the last struggling plants in her family's garden, refusing to abandon hope. On this particular morning, as she dug in the parched earth beneath an ancient oak tree, her spade struck something that gleamed with an inner light. It was a ring not of gold like the infamous One Ring, but of silver that seemed to pulse with the soft green glow of spring leaves. The moment she slipped it on her finger, life stirred in the wilted flowers around her feet. Color returned to their petals, and their stems straightened toward the sun. But before Rosie could fully comprehend what was happening, dark shapes appeared on the horizon, twisted creatures that seemed to be made of living shadow, their forms rippling like smoke in the wind. Rosie fled into Bindbowl Wood, where she encountered an unexpected ally, Treebird's grandson, Oakbreaker, one of the last Ents in Middle-earth. The ancient tree shepherd recognized the ring immediately, calling it the Ring of Renewal, crafted by the Veiler themselves before they had withdrawn from the world. It was said to hold a portion of Yavanna's power over growing things. Through Oakbreaker, Rosie learned that the plague destroying the Shire was no natural disaster, but a curse born from ancient malice. Long ago, there had been a Veiler named Mornith who had grown jealous of Yavanna's power over life itself. Mornith had been cast out and stripped of their power, but not before hiding away seeds of corruption that would one day sprout and destroy the work of their rival. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of 3 dwarven guardians, Thorin Stoneheart, Dis Ironbound, and Gimli Oathkeeper. They were descendants of the original company of Thorin Oakenshield, sworn to protect the lands their ancestors had once journeyed through. They had been tracking the shadow creatures, which they called the withered servants of Mornith awakened by the ring's power. Together, this unlikely fellowship began a journey across Middle-earth to gather the knowledge and allies needed to break Mornith's curse. They traveled first to the ruins of Rivendell, where ancient elvish scrolls spoke of how the Ring of Renewal had been lost during the First Age. The ring, they learned, was one of 7 created to preserve and protect the natural world, each containing a different aspect of Yavanna's power. Their quest led them through perilous lands where Mornith's corruption had already taken hold. In the dead marshes, they found pools that now held healing properties instead of decay, transformed by the ring's presence. In Mirkwood, they discovered the last stand of the great spiders, now transformed into guardians of the remaining healthy trees. The shadow creatures pursued them relentlessly, growing stronger as they absorbed the life force of everything they touched. Each confrontation forced Rosie to learn more about the ring's powers. She could restore small areas of land, but the effect was temporary unless she could find a way to permanently break the curse. Hope came in an unexpected form when they reached the borders of Lothlorien. Though the golden woods had faded with the departure of Galadriel, a small enclave of elves remained, led by Celebriel, a young elf who had inherited a fraction of Galadriel's gift of foresight. She revealed that the ring Rosie carried was meant to work in concert with its 6 siblings, and that breaking Mornith's curse would require finding and reuniting all 7. But they wouldn't have to find all the rings themselves. The appearance of the Ring of Renewal had awakened its siblings, and across Middle-earth, other champions had begun similar quests. Through Celebriel's magic, they coordinated with these other groups, a band of rangers in the north, a company of Gondorian knights in the south, elven mariners from the Grey Havens, and others. The final battle took place at the heart of the Shire itself, where Mornith's corruption had first taken root. As the 7 ring-bearers came together, each representing a different race and region of Middle-earth, the true power of the rings was revealed. They were never meant to be weapons of power, but tools of harmony, designed to unite all the free peoples in stewardship of Middle-earth. The ritual to break the curse required each bearer to surrender their ring willingly, trusting in the power of their unity rather than individual strength. As the 7 rings merged into a single crown of living light, Mornith themselves appeared no longer the mighty Valar they had once been, but a shadow of bitterness and regret. In that moment, Rosie understood that the greatest power of renewal lay not in magic rings or ancient artifacts, but in the choice to heal rather than destroy. She offered the crown not as a weapon against Mornith, but as a chance for redemption. The fallen Valar, touched by this act of mercy, chose to accept healing over hatred, and their transformation broke the curse once and for all. The Shire bloomed again, more vibrant than ever before. The crown was absorbed into the land itself, its power spreading through the roots and soil of Middle-earth. The Dwarven Guardians established a permanent presence in the renewed Bindbowl Wood, working alongside the Ents to protect the restored lands. The alliance formed during the quest became a council that would help maintain harmony between all the free peoples for generations to come. Rosie returned to her garden, which now produced plants with subtle magical properties, herbs that could heal both body and spirit, flowers that glowed softly in the darkness, and fruits that carried the sweetness of joy itself. She became known as the Guardian of the Green, and hobbits would eventually return to find their homeland transformed into something even more magical than before. And in the center of Hobbiton, where the ancient oak tree had once stood, now grew a new tree with silver leaves and golden fruit, a living reminder that even in the darkest times, the power to renew and restore is never truly lost, as long as there are those willing to nurture it. Story 7. The morning mist hung thick over the Shire when Lunatook's life changed forever. The hobbit healer was gathering herbs in her garden when urgent knocking echoed through her round wooden door. Outside stood Hamfast Gamgee, supporting a gravely wounded dwarf whose dark cloak was stained with blood. The dwarf, who introduced himself as Balin Stonebearer between labored breaths, had been attacked on the East Road. His wounds were unlike anything Luna had seen before, black-edged gashes that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. As she tended to him with her most potent healing herbs, a weathered map fell from his cloak, its edges marked with elegant elvish script that seemed to shimmer in the candlelight. That night, while Balin slept fitfully under the influence of Luna's healing draughts, harsh guttural cries echoed across the peaceful hills of Hobbiton. A band of ORCs, their armor adorned with crimson runes, had tracked the dwarf to her door. Luna had never seen ORCs in the Shire before, and their presence sent a chill down her spine that no summer night could explain. With no time to seek help, Luna did something decidedly un-Hobbit-like. She gathered her healing supplies, some food, and helped Balin through a secret tunnel that her adventurous Took ancestors had dug beneath their smile. As they emerged under the starlight, Balin revealed the truth. The map led to a lost elven kingdom in the Misty Mountains, where an artifact of immense power lay hidden, the Crown of Twilight, said to hold power over the Nazgul themselves. Their journey took them first to Bree, where they met Strider, a ranger who had once helped Luna's father on his travels. The grim-faced man examined Balin's wounds and confirmed Luna's worst fears. They bore the touch of a Morgul blade. Only by reaching the hidden kingdom and finding its legendary healing springs could Balin be saved. In Bree's shadows, they gathered unlikely allies. Arahale, an elf scholar cast out from Rivendell for studying forbidden magic. Durgan Flametongue, a dwarf artificer who crafted weapons against dark creatures. And Sister Merwin, a wandering priestess who had forsaken her order after visions of a coming darkness. Their path to the Misty Mountains was fraught with danger. ORC patrols seemed to anticipate their movements, forcing them to travel through the treacherous Midgewater marshes. There, amid the buzzing insects and deceiving lights, they discovered why the enemy hunted them so relentlessly. Balin's map wasn't just a guide to the lost kingdom, but a key to awakening its ancient power. The marsh lights revealed hidden script on the map, showing that the Crown of Twilight was more than a weapon against the Nazgul. It was their original source of power, stolen from the Elven Kingdom ages ago and corrupted by Sauron. If recovered and purified, it could break the Nazgul's power forever, but in the wrong hands, it could give them dominion over all lands touched by shadow. As they climbed into the Misty Mountains, Luna's healing skills were tested again and again. She learned to blend her herbcraft with Sister Merwin's prayers and Arahel's arcane knowledge, creating remedies that could ward off the encroaching darkness in Balin's wounds. Each success brought them time, but the shadow crept ever closer to his heart. Their first glimpse of the lost kingdom, Etheris, took their breath away. Hidden behind a perpetual waterfall, its silver spires still gleamed after centuries of abandonment. But they weren't alone in their discovery. Dark figures moved through the ancient courtyards, cultists who had long served the Nazgul in secret, preparing for this moment. The final battle for the crown unfolded in the kingdom's heart, where a garden of crystal trees still bloomed with eternal light. Luna found herself drawing on everything she had learned, using healing arts, not just to mend wounds, but to cleanse corruption and strengthen her allies. Durgan's weapons proved crucial against the cultists' dark magic, while Arahale and Sister Merwin combined their knowledge to decipher the ancient mechanisms protecting the crown. The crown itself was both beautiful and terrible to behold, a circlet of starlight metal and gems that seemed to hold twilight itself within them. When Luna touched it, guided by her healer's intuition to cleanse rather than control, the crown's true power awakened. It wasn't meant to dominate the darkness, but to transform it. This revelation came just as the Nazgul themselves arrived, drawn by their ancient connection to the crown. In that moment, Luna understood why a Hobbit healer had been called to this quest. The crown's power wasn't meant for great warriors or mighty wizards, but for those who understood that healing, not destruction, was the truest victory over darkness. With her companions protecting her, Luna used the crown's power as it was originally intended, not as a weapon, but as a tool of healing. The Nazgul's corruption began to unravel, revealing the tortured souls of ancient kings beneath their dark armor. Though they couldn't be fully restored, their connection to Sauron was broken, weakening his power across Middle-earth. In the quest's aftermath, Etheris became a sanctuary for healers and scholars. Luna established a school there, teaching others to combine the various healing traditions of Middle-earth's peoples. Balin recovered fully, the last of the Morgul poison purged from his wounds, and became the kingdom's protector alongside Durgan. Arahale was welcomed back to Rivendell, his forbidden studies now recognized as vital knowledge. Sister Merwin found a new purpose, leading pilgrimages to the healing springs of Etheris. And Luna, though she often returned to her beloved Shire, had transformed from a simple hobbit healer into a legend among all free peoples, proof that the greatest power often lies in the gentlest of hands. The crown of twilight remained in Etheris, no longer a source of dark power, but a symbol of hope and healing. And in the Shire's gardens, a new flower bloomed, the twilight star, grown from seeds Luna had brought back from the crystal garden, its petals shimmering with the same light that had helped drive back the shadow. Story 8. The great halls of Arabor echoed with an otherworldly whisper as Thorin IV, great-grandson of the legendary Thorin Oakenshield, stood before his ancestor's tomb. The whispers grew into a haunting melody, and from the shadows emerged a spectral figure that Thorin IV had seen only in ancient paintings, his namesake, Thorin Oakenshield himself, his ethereal form gleaming with a pale blue light. The ghost's words sent a chill through Thorin Ivy's spine. The line of Duran fades, young heir. What sits upon our throne is not the true arkenstone, but a mere shadow of its glory. The real heart of the mountain lies in darkness, waiting in the depths of Moria, where our people dare not tread. This revelation shook Thorin IV to his core. The arkenstone, the symbol of his family's right to rule, the jewel that had caused so much strife and glory, was a counterfeit. The ghost of his ancestor explained that the true stone had been hidden in Moria ages ago, when Duran's folk first fled the ancient halls. Without it, a curse would slowly drain the vitality from their bloodline until the house of Duran was no more than a memory in the songs of their people. Knowing the council would never believe a ghost's warning, Thorin IV secretly assembled an unusual company for his quest. First came Primula Brandybuck, a hobbit cartographer known for mapping the most dangerous corners of Middle-earth. Her skills would be essential in navigating the labyrinthine depths of Moria. Then there was Grimweld the Grey, a controversial wizard who had been cast out of his order for delving too deeply into forbidden lore, exactly the kind of knowledge they might need in the ancient depths. The company also included twins Fili and Kili, named after Thorin Ivy's fallen great-uncles, whose expertise in ancient mechanisms would prove invaluable. Lastly came D.S. Stoneheart, a warrior priestess who maintained the old traditions of dwelling delving, her axes blessed with runes of revelation. They entered Moria through a forgotten gate, using Primula's knowledge of hidden paths to avoid the main entrance where the Watcher still lurked. The halls of Moria stretched before them, a vast necropolis of dwarven glory now fallen into shadow. Their footsteps echoed through chambers where no living being had walked in centuries. As they ventured deeper, they discovered that Moria had changed. The halls were no longer simply abandoned. They had evolved. Luminous fungi grew in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, casting an eerie blue light that reminded Thorin IV of his ancestor's ghost. Ancient machinery, thought long dead, hummed with mysterious energy. Primula's maps revealed a pattern in the chaos. The passages had shifted over the centuries, but they all seemed to spiral toward something deep in the heart of the mountain. Grimweld's eyes gleamed with recognition as he studied the runes on the walls, muttering about prophecies and patterns that the others could barely comprehend. Their first real challenge came in the form of a vast chamber, where the floor was a maze of rotating platforms over a bottomless abyss. The twins' knowledge of dwarven mechanisms allowed them to decipher the ancient control systems, but each platform they activated seemed to awaken something in the depths below. As they progressed, they encountered other seekers of the true arkenstone, corrupt dwarves who had fallen to darkness, agents of powers that still coveted the ancient treasures of Moria, and creatures that had evolved in the depths over centuries of isolation. Each encounter revealed more about the nature of the curse that threatened the line of Duran. The true revelation came when they reached the Chamber of Stars, a vast cavern whose ceiling reflected the night sky as it had appeared when Moria was first delved. There, inscribed in ancient runes that predated even the founding of Moria, they found the truth. The Arkenstone was not merely a jewel. but a key to something the first Duran had sealed away at the foundation of their realm. The curse was not meant to destroy the line of Duran, but to ensure that when the time came, a worthy heir would return to complete what the first Duran had begun. The false arkenstone and arabor had served as a placeholder, maintaining a fraction of the true stone's power, just enough to sustain the kingdom until the real work could be done. In the final chamber, they found not one arkenstone, but 7, arranged in a pattern that mirrored the constellation of Duran's crown. Thorin IV understood then what had to be done. Each stone represented one of the dwarven kingdoms, and their separation had been the source of their people's gradual decline. As Thorin IV began the ritual to unite the stones, the chamber came alive with ancient magic. The curse revealed its true purpose, not to end the line of Duran, but to transform it. The 7 arkenstones merged into one, and with it came visions of all the dwarven kingdoms, past and present, and the knowledge of how to unite them once more. The return journey to Arabor was different from their descent. The paths seemed to open before them, as if Moria itself recognized the completion of an ancient purpose. When they emerged, they found that word of their quest had spread, and representatives from all 7 dwarven kingdoms awaited them. Thorin IV assumed his throne with the true arkenstone restored, but his rule would be unlike any before it. The stone's power reached out to all the dwarven realms, rekindling the ancient bonds between their peoples. Moria itself began to stir, no longer a tomb of past glories but a symbol of renewal. Primula returned to the Shire with scrolls of mapping that would be studied for generations. Grimweld found redemption in the ancient knowledge they had discovered, establishing a new school of magical study that bridged the gaps between the orders of wizards. The twins became master craftsmen, their works incorporating the long-lost techniques they had witnessed in Moria's depths. And Thorin IV? He ruled not just as king under the mountain, but as a unifier of his people. The curse transformed into a blessing that would ensure the dwarven realms would flourish for ages to come. In the great halls of Arabor, a new mural was carved, telling not just of Thorin Oakenshield's quest to reclaim their homeland, but of his great-grandson's journey to save the very soul of their people. Story 9. Deep within the shadowy halls of Arabor, where ancient memories lingered like dust in forgotten chambers, Finley Baggins traced his fingers across mysterious runes that no dwarf had touched in 1,000 years. The young hobbit blacksmith, known throughout the lonely mountain for his unconventional methods of blending elvish techniques with dwarven craftsmanship, had discovered these markings behind a cracked wall while expanding his forge. The runes pulsed with a faint blue light at his touch, and the air grew heavy with the weight of untold secrets. Finley's heart raced as he translated the ancient dwarvish script, his years of study under Master Dwalin III finally proving their worth. The message spoke of something that made his blood run cold. Beneath the deepest mines of Arabor lay a dragon far more ancient than Smaug, one that had slumbered since the First Age. The dragon's name was Morthal, the Eternal, and according to the runes, its sleep was bound to the mountain itself by magic, so old it predated the forging of the Great Rings. But now, tremors had begun to shake the lower levels of Arabor, and strange whispers echoed through the mines. The signs were unmistakable. Morthal was stirring. Finley took his discovery to the Dwarven Council, but the elderly dwarves dismissed his warnings as mere folklore. All except Kara Ironweave, a young dwarf warrior who had been cast out of her clan for questioning the council's increasingly isolationist policies. Together, they decided to seek help from the most unlikely of sources, the Shadowbane, a group of dwarf outcasts who had chosen exile rather than submit to the council's rigid traditions. Their journey to find the Shadowbane led them through treacherous mountain passes and abandoned mines until they reached the Grey Valley, where the outcasts had built their secret stronghold. There, they met Thorin Shadowheart, leader of the exiles, who revealed an even more disturbing truth. The awakening of Morthal was no natural occurrence. Someone was deliberately breaking the ancient seals that kept the dragon in its slumber. As they planned their next move, an unexpected ally appeared at their camp. Arwen Moonshadow, an elven guardian who had been tracking a group of dark sorcerers through the mountains. Her presence initially caused tension among the dwarves, but her knowledge proved invaluable. The sorcerers she pursued were members of an ancient cult that believed awakening Morthal would grant them power over death itself. The unlikely company, a hobbit blacksmith, a disgraced dwarf warrior, a band of exiles, and an elven guardian began their descent into the mountain's depths. They traversed long-forgotten halls adorned with magnificent carvings that told stories of a time when dragons and dwarves had been allies against a darkness that threatened to consume the world. As they ventured deeper, they encountered the cult members performing dark rituals at various sealed gates. Each battle was harder than the last, but the company's diverse skills proved complementary. Finley's knowledge of metalwork helped them bypass ancient mechanisms, while Kara's warrior training and the Shadowbane's unconventional tactics kept them alive. Arwen's magic provided both protection and guidance through the increasingly treacherous passages. But it was during their final descent that they made a shocking discovery. The runes Finley had found were part of a larger truth. Morthal was not a threat to be eliminated, but a guardian whose slumber had protected the mountain from something far worse. Beneath Arabor lay an ancient evil, a shadow from the First Age that had nearly destroyed the world before the combined forces of dragons, dwarves, and elves had managed to seal it away. The cult wasn't trying to control Morthal, they were trying to destroy the last guardian keeping this evil at bay. The tremors they had felt weren't from a dragon stirring, but from the ancient evil trying to break free. Racing against time, Finley and his companions fought their way to the final chamber, where the cult's leader stood before an enormous dragon, whose scales gleamed like polished obsidian. Morthal's eyes opened, burning with the wisdom of ages, and to everyone's surprise, the dragon spoke not with malice, but with grave purpose. Through an ancient form of magic, Morthal shared visions with the company, showing them the true nature of their fight. The evil beneath the mountain was a fragment of the original darkness that had existed before the shaping of Middle-earth. If it escaped, it would spread like a plague, consuming everything in its path. The final battle was not fought with swords or spells alone, but with the combined will of all present. While the Shadowbane and Kara engaged the cultists, Arwen and Finley worked with Morthal to reinforce the ancient seals. Finley's understanding of metallurgy combined with elven magic and dragon fire created new bonds that would hold for another age. As peace returned to the deep halls, the company emerged changed. The Dwarven Council, faced with undeniable evidence of the Shadowbane's valor, revised their stance on the exiles. Kara was reinstated to her clan with honor, and the Shadowbane were recognized as guardians of an ancient trust. Arwen established a permanent liaison between the elves and dwarves of Arabor, with Finley often serving as a bridge between the two cultures. Finley returned to his forge, but now his work carried new purpose. Using knowledge gained from both the ancient runes and Morthal's teachings, he began crafting items that combined the best of dwarf, elf, and dragon lore. His forge became a symbol of unity, much like the company that had come together to save not just the mountain, but perhaps all of Middle-earth. And deep below, Morthal resumed his vigilant slumber, but now he was no longer alone in his guard. The Shadowbane established a permanent watch in the deep halls, and tales of the ancient dragon became not fearsome warnings, but reminders that the greatest strength often lies in the unity of unlikely allies. The runes that had started Finley's adventure remained on the forge wall, no longer hidden, but preserved as a testament to the truth that every age has its heroes, and they often come in the most unexpected forms. And sometimes what appears to be a terrible threat may in fact be the very thing standing between the world and its darkest hour. Story 10. The morning mist clung to the rolling hills of Hobbiton like a gentle blanket, But Meriadoc Brandybuke's usually peaceful life was about to be shattered by a package no larger than a tea saucer. The respected merchant Hobbit, known throughout the Shire for his collection of exotic teas and spices from the far corners of Middle-earth, never expected that a simple iron ring would turn his world upside down. The package arrived on a crisp autumn morning, delivered by a dwarf courier whose beard was braided with silver threads and whose eyes darted nervously across the landscape. "Handle it with care, Master Brandybuke," the dwarf had whispered, pressing the small wooden box into Meriadoc's hands before disappearing into the morning mist as suddenly as he had appeared. Inside the box, nestled in deep blue velvet, lay what appeared to be a simple iron ring, unadorned save for a series of angular runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. As Meriadoc held it up to the light streaming through his round window, he could have sworn he heard the faintest whisper of ancient songs echoing from within its metal depths. His peaceful contemplation was shattered by the sound of heavy boots approaching his door. Through the window, he glimpsed figures in dark cloaks dwarves, but unlike any he had seen before. Their armor was black as night, their beards adorned with tokens of bronze and iron that clinked ominously as they moved. Without thinking, Meriadoc slipped the ring into his waistcoat pocket and fled through his back door, his heart pounding against his ribs. He ran until his lungs burned, taking the lesser-known paths through the Shire that only hobbits knew. It wasn't until he reached the Green Dragon Inn that he dared to stop, slipping inside and finding a dark corner where he could catch his breath. There, by chance or fate, he encountered Alder of the Twilight Guard, a tall human warrior with gray-streaked hair and ancient eyes who recognized the ring's description immediately. "That ring you carry," Alder whispered, leaning close, "is one of the 7 keys of Belagost, forged in the First Age to seal away a power too great for any one race to control." The warrior's weathered face grew grave. "Those who pursue you are the ironclad brotherhood, sworn to a dark purpose. They seek to wake what should remain sleeping." Thus began Meriadoc's journey beyond the comfortable borders of the Shire. With Alder's help, he made contact with the Twilight Guard, an ancient order of warriors who had protected the world's greatest secrets since the Elder Days. Among them was Alaun, an elven scout with hair like starlight, and Thorin Stonefist, a dwarf mason whose family had once helped build the great halls of Belagost itself. Together, they traveled east toward the Blue Mountains, where the ancient dwarf city of Belagost lay in ruins. Along the way, they faced the relentless pursuit of the ironclad brotherhood, whose numbers seemed to grow with each passing day. In the Midgewater marshes, they battled creatures of shadow and mist. Through the Weather Hills, they evaded dark riders whose horses' hooves struck sparks from stone. But it was in the Trollshaws where Meriadoc truly began to understand the weight of his responsibility. As they camped beneath the ancient stone trolls, Thorin shared the true tale of Belagost's fall. The city wasn't abandoned, he revealed, his voice heavy with ancestral memory. It was sealed, along with its greatest treasure and its greatest threat. A dragon of the elder days, Narthrax the Ever-Burning, who could not be slain by any weapon forged by dwarf, elf, or man. The ring in Meriadoc's pocket grew heavier with this knowledge. It was more than a key, it was part of an ancient lock, holding at bay a power that could reshape Middle-earth. The Ironclad Brotherhood believed they could control the dragon, use its power to restore the glory of the dwarf kingdoms. But their ambition blinded them to the true nature of dragons, creatures of chaos and destruction that could never truly be tamed. As they approached the Blue Mountains, their party grew. They were joined by Corvus, a ranger who could speak to ravens, and Lily Bottomil, a hobbit scholar who had studied the ancient texts speaking of Belagost's sealing. Each brought their own skills and knowledge, crucial for what lay ahead. The final confrontation came at the very gates of Belagost, half hidden behind a waterfall that thundered down the mountain's face. The Ironclad Brotherhood had rallied their full strength, dozens of dark-armored dwarves led by Grimjaw, the Unyielding, their commander whose beard was bound with chains of black iron. What followed was a battle that would be whispered about in the halls of the Twilight Guard for generations to come. While Alder and his warriors held off the Brotherhood, Meriadoc and Lily worked to decipher the ancient mechanism that would reinforce, rather than break, the seals holding Narthrax at bay. Thorin's knowledge of dwarven craftsmanship proved invaluable, while Alawan's arrows found their mark in the darkness with unerring accuracy. In the end, it was Meriadoc's hobbit sense that peculiar combination of practical wisdom and unexpected courage that saved them all. As Grimjaw reached for the ring, promising power and glory to any who would join him, Meriadoc instead cast it into the heart of the sealing mechanism. The ring's true purpose was revealed, not to open the way to the dragon's prison, but to strengthen its bonds for another age of the world. The cavern shook as ancient magics awakened. Deep below, they heard the frustrated roar of Narthrax, followed by silence, as the seals renewed themselves with a power that sent the surviving members of the ironclad Brotherhood fleeing into the darkness. Meriadoc returned to the Shire, a changed hobbit. His tea shop remained, but now it served as a secret meeting place for members of the Twilight Guard. And if travelers sometimes noticed that the proprietor's eyes held a hint of ancient wisdom, or that his stories of far-off lands seemed a bit too detailed to be mere imagination, they never mentioned it. But on quiet evenings, when the mist rolled in from the hills, those who listened carefully might hear him humming songs in languages no hobbit was ever meant to know, his fingers absently tracing the shape of a ring that was never there. Deep in the blue mountains, behind a thundering waterfall and seals renewed by ancient magic, Narthrax the Ever-Burning slumbered on. And in the shadows of the world, the surviving members of the Ironclad Brotherhood searched for another way to achieve their ambitions, while the Twilight Guard stood ever vigilant, protecting the secrets that were better left forgotten in the depths of the earth.